Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes.
Hello and welcome to the hot shop this morning. Going to do some prep work for some creatures from our Creature League, which derives from Kids Design Glass. And so, as we get into the process and we continue to work, we'll eventually start to make a creature. So currently in the hot shop, we are creating different pieces and prep work to be able to add the different elements of design to the body of the creature on the shield there. So we have to prep before we get into creating. Oh, awesome. So if you look up on the big screen there, we're going to create the creature on the right first. And so we have to prep the items needed to create the official creature, the finished creature. And so what that means is that we'll go in and out of the reheating chambers with bar of color. And to be able to get these lines, we'll have to pull out cane. And so we refer to the little black pieces that he's putting on the ladders here as cane or stringers. It's just pieces of glass, thinner pieces of glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of those reheating chambers, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. So on the left side of the hot shop here, you'll see we have a larger piece of cane that we're going to pull across the ladders here. It looks orange because it's very, very hot, but when it cools down, you'll be able to see the genuine color in the core with some clear wrapped around it, or it's encased in clear. So our Kids Design Glass program is a long-standing program here that we've been running at the museum. And the goal is to inspire the youth to create like fine artists do. And so the youth that are 12 and under that submit to this program, if they're chosen by the team, they'll be able to get their creature created, and then one will go home with them and one will stay here with our permanent collection. And so these creatures derive from the Kids Design Glass program, and they're a part of Creature League. And so these items were selected to be recreated, and so that's what we're doing today. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video so they can learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Later in the month here at the museum, we will be having a second sale, which will be June 21st. And this will give you the opportunity to get some really cool one of a kind items made here by the Hot Shop team for as low as $10. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand that little bubble. We're going to continue to make the parts that it needs. Can we see the corn dog illustration on the big screen of the kids' design of the Creature League? So if you look up at the big screen there to the right, we're going to start to make all the pieces that we need to create the body of the creature. So our Creature League items derive from Kids Design Glass, so all the youth, 12 and under, we encourage you to apply to Kids Design Glass, and if your item is chosen, if your illustration submission is chosen, then one item will stay here in our permanent collection, and one item will go home with you and your family. So if you're interested, you should totally submit a Kids Design Glass form. And we have those in the grand hall at the table to your left in front of the Ed Studio when you walk out of the hot shop. So to get the lines on the body of the corn dog on the shield there, on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is chopping down cane, and that cane is going to be the how we get lines is by making cane. So we pulled it across the ground, and now we're chopping it up. And this pattern is in squares, and so to achieve that, we're going to have to create it. And so the cane is our lines. So cane is lines in glass, right? So we're going to chop all that down, and then we're going to lay it. We're going to roll it over a bubble, and then we're going to make them cross section. And that's a really cool process to watch because we don't get to see that a lot, well, all the time. So I love it when there's a lot of steps involved to see how something is created. And then when you walk around the museum, you'll form an understanding of how patterns arrive on the surface of glass. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it. And then a bubble will come out of the end. And that starter bubble is the catalyst for hollow things created in glass. So like cups and bowls. This is how you get the inside. So that bubble there has been gathered from the furnace. The furnace are these tanks here with the silver base and doors on the front of them. They can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. The reason why they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is because it takes it takes a while for the glass to cool down, and it takes a while for the glass to heat up. And so we just leave it running. So then that way we're able to create. So we are working on the creature that is on the shield, and when I can, I'll make it a little bit larger in a moment on the big screen. But the shield there, it has a corn dog on it. So you'll see the body is corn. Right now we're working on the husk portion of the corn dog. So the creatures that we're creating today derive from our Kids Design Glass program, and that program is for the youth to create, like, it's designed to encourage them to create like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. You have to be 12 and under to submit an illustration with a really good story behind your creature. And then one piece stays in our permanent collection, and one piece will go home with the family of the youth. So if you know students who would be interested, or youth, little artists that would be interested in submitting, they don't have to be local. We had some friends Skype in from our Zoom in from Korea that submitted, so that's really awesome. At this point, it's international program for everybody to be able to participate. So now one of the ways that we apply color to the glass, because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, if you see his bubble has cooled down, we're going to get a piece of color bar hot and lay it over the clear bubble, pull it back towards the end of the rod, and this is known as a color overlay to encase the clear bubble to change the surface color of the glass. This is one way we apply color to the glass. So we'll go in with our diamond shears, and in one snip, because the diamond cuts in a full 360, we can remove our hands from the high temperatures and release that extra rod. So everything, if we don't add color, will look like the goblets on the podium here, just nice and clear from out of the furnace. That reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those very high temperatures. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. And we do turn these off because they're just like, ovens we bake in. So we can turn them off and on. We don't have to keep them working all day and night like the furnace. It takes about 1 hour for the oven to get up to that 2,300 degree temperature, and then we'll be ready to work. My name's Emily. Thank you guys for hanging out with us this Sunday, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask your questions, and I'll be happy to answer them. So we've gathered over that green color overlay, and then we'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water, and it will just cool down those outer layers as the core is still nice and hot. He'll blow into the glass to expand it. As he rotates back and forth, you can kind of miss the how it's growing, but he's blowing into the end of the pipe. As he blows, it shapes it. He'll go in with the papers. The papers are just newspapers soaked in water, and it allows him. It's a great tool for shaping, very intimate shaping. And then we'll go in with the jacks. The jacks are just two large blades, and as we squeeze, they carve into the glass. So we'll just start to carve in that initial jack line, and it's a reference point for the end of the pipe and the beginning portion of the piece, or the top of the piece. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see there, the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. We need to go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and malleable to be able to work at the bench and manipulate the shape. Thank you. So to get the definition, can we see the corn dog creature? So to get the definition of the husk, we'll go in and start to manipulate it with the hot torch. That hot torch there, I think it gets up to about 5,000 degrees. So we'll get it nice and hot over the area we want. And then he'll go in with the shears and just start to eliminate the glass where it needs to be eliminated. Can we please see the corn dog image? So we are working on the creature on the right, the corn dog creature. We are just creating that husk portion. We have to make pieces to put together all when we get closer to finishing to make the entire piece of the corn dog. So right now we're just making different parts that will assemble. We've made the head, we've made the pattern portion, which are the lines on the corn. Right now you're watching us create the husk portion. My name's Emily. Welcome to the Hot Shop for those of you who are just joining us. I hope you're having a happy Sunday. Later this month here at the Museum of Glass, we will be having a second sale on June 21st. And this is an opportunity for you to pick up some one-of-a-kind, one-off, handmade items by the Hot Shop team, starting as low as $10. So if you have any interest in acquiring a really awesome, what we call second, come on down and hang out on the 21st and shop in the store for our second sale. And if you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the Hot Shop, Wednesday through Sunday, we live stream the process. So if you can't make it back, you can always go onto our website and hit the Hot Shop tab to be able to watch the process on the live stream. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, he's dipped into the furnace, blown into the pipe, and created a really small clear bubble. So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So as we dip into the furnace, we'll be able to gather glass and blow into it to create parts for this specific corn dog. Thank you so much. So now, as you can see, we've laid a piece of color bar over a clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay, and this is one way that we can apply color to glass to be able to change the surface color. So Gabe will prepare the cane. The cane is how we get the black lines on the surface of the corn dog. Cane was made this morning, stretched across the ladder here, and then it was chopped up. We chopped it up into smaller pieces, which will be applied to the surface as lines. On the right side of the hot shop, we were making birds for our hands-on experiences. So if you're ever interested in gaining in a hands-on experience, be sure to follow us online, or subscribe to our email so you'll be able to see when we are offering hands-on experiences, so you can sign up. The glass looks like it's orange, and that's because that reheating chamber, when we allow the glass to be saturated in that environment, it's about 2,300 degrees. And so it's super duper hot. And so it changes the color, but when it cools down, you'll be able to see the true color it is. So what Gabe is doing is he'll start to prepare the cane to be rolled over the surface, which will create lines in one direction. And then they're going to create cross section. So we'll make squares just like the creature has on the body. So there's multiple steps to achieve that final crisscross pattern on the surface of the corn dog's body within the husk of corn. Whenever we strip glass into the buckets directly out of the furnace, like you just did there, we're able to recycle that glass as long as it doesn't have any other color or as long as it doesn't touch the floor. We can recycle only the stripped glass into that bucket, into the furnaces. So now that we've prepared the roller wrap, the color, and then the body, we're going to bring this wrap here right to this center, and then we're going to wrap black all the way around it horizontally. So the body is yellow, the wrap is black, and we're going to roll it on. Can we see the Creature League? Thank you. So right now we're working on Corn Dog. That's on the right side of the image. And so these creatures derive from our Kids Design Glass program. Kids Design Glass is one of our really long-standing programs here at the museum for the youth. It's designed to encourage the youth to create like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. So when they submit their illustrations, and if one is chosen, that family will come back here to the Hot Shop and watch it be made. And one stays in our permanent collection for display, to be displayed throughout the years, and then one goes home with them. So now, as you see, we've roller wrapped on the horizontal, and then we'll pick up the other cane for the vertical cross-section finish. And so I think it's really cool to watch a lot of different steps come together during the process, because you will get a better understanding of just how things get pattern and color and things you'd never know unless you were able to watch them here in the Hot Shop. And so we're making the corn dog, we're on to the body portion, and then after this we'll start to add and reincorporate parts that we already have created that have been parked here in the garage, which is that silver oven in the middle of the room. And that oven rests at about 800 to 1,000 degrees. That's cool enough to keep the glass held properly stable to be reworked into the process and brought back up to temperature and then adhered together. So cool. I love this type of stuff. You guys doing all right today? All right. So we rolled up the cane on the left side of the hot shop, and so that allowed us to be able to create those cross sections. And now we have this really cool yellow overlaid bubble. So the bubble at the surface is clear, but we put color over it, and we put some pattern over it. We got to see the roller wrap on the right side when they did that portion of the process. But, you know, for the color overlay, and if you weren't here, you guys weren't here, so I want to just share with you the process of how we got the base color started. And so we performed a color overlay over the surface of the clear bubble. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how the glass got colored?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Can we please see the corn dog illustration? So this is from Creature League. Creature League is, it derives from our Kids Design Glass program. So the creatures, when they're requested, they are remade. And so we're remaking the two on the big screen today. Right now, we're at the part of the process where we have laid the pattern over the surface of the of the yellow bubble for the body portion. So there we're preparing the husk portion, and then this is the body of the husk of the corn dog. And so when we get them to a desired shape that fit well together, we'll be able to connect the two pieces of glass. So as she blows into the end of the pipe there, it'll help expand the bubble. He'll shape with his papers, which are just soaked, newspapers soaked in water, until we're able to meet the two pieces to have them gel together. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is the reheating chambers we are working in and out of. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire bricks within this barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Thank you. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe now that we've marvered the husk and the corn body together. Can we see the kids design glass corn dog? So up there on the big screen, we are creating the corn dog here on the right side. This is a part of our Creature League program, which derives from our Kids Design Glass program. And whenever we have a request for the creature, it'll be remade. And so what we're seeing today is the creation of the two creatures, but right now we're just focusing on the corn dog. Can we see just the slide that outlines the Kids Design Glass information? So so if you see here, you submit your artwork, kids 12 and under, draw your original idea, submit your drawing with an entry form. The Mog Hot Shop team chooses a monthly winner. And after that, the winner and the family are invited to watch their creation to be made out of glass. One copy will go home with you and your family. One will stay with us in our collection. So if you are interested and you're under the age of 12, you're more than welcome to get an illustration, to get the sheet to do your illustration. They are on the table when you leave the hot shop to the left. And you don't have to be local. We had some friends zoom in from Korea. So it's a program for all the kids, not just some, or not just local. So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, we'll be able to continue to manipulate the glass at the bench. We'll clean up the right side there of the piece by cinching it with the diamond shears. The diamond shears are a great tool that allow us to remove glass in one snip. They cut in a full 360. So we've created a transfer rod. We'll connect the glass, allow it to set itself up, which means just cool down a bit before the glass is removed from the initial blowpipe. They'll put some water there on the jack line. Tap the pipe, which will release the glass from the opposite pipe. This will allow us to be able to clean up the opposite side of the piece. It also gives us access to the bubble, so there's an open space there. We're going to open that up a little bit more, and then we'll put his face on that we already made. It's a little color cup that functions that'll be shaped as a face. We'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the body a bit. And now we have placed on the head of the corn dog. On June 21st, we will have a second sale. This will be a chance for you to get a one-off, one-of-a-kind item made here in the hot shop. That will be June 21st, and the items will be as low as $10. So if you really want to get something super duper cool, one of a kind, be sure to come back on June 21st to our second sale. And then if you are curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, but you can't make it back, you can always log on to our live stream. And that's Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. We are here working in the hot shop. Now we'll go in and start to add on the features of the face. So currently here in the hot shop, we are creating a creature known as Corn Dog from our Creature League program. Can we please see the corn dog image? So there on the right side, we have accomplished attaching the body to the face and the stalk of the corn. And then we'll need more bits of colored glass for the tail, the legs, and then the ears. So currently you're watching them sculpt out and define the different designs on the surface of the glass. On the right side of the hot shop, we are making birds. And this is a hands-on experience that you're able to sign up for online whenever we have the offerings to be able to get your hands on the material with our Hilltop Artist alumni leading. There are youth artists leading the experience. As we go in and out of these reheating chambers, they rest at about 2,300 degrees to keep the glass evenly heated throughout while we're working. It doesn't want to drop below a certain, like about 1,000 degrees, or else it'll start to crack. And so we have to go in and out of the reheating chamber while we work to keep the glass nice and hot. My name is Emily, and if you all have questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So on the left side of the hot shop here, Sarah is preparing bits to be placed on the body. And so we'll do that multiple different times of touching the glass to the surface and adding the legs and the ears. I believe we might be on the legs, but let me double check. Can we see the frit diagram? So Sarah is preparing the legs by rotating clear glass into crushed glass. which is typically held in bowls. And this glass will change the surface color. She'll roll it so much that it'll become so compact it'll look solid, but it's not. So when she's ready, she'll get the bit nice and hot and bring it over to the body of the corn dog. On June 21st, we'll be having a second sale. I believe I let you guys know about the second sale, right? On June 21st? Can we see the second sale slide? So on June 21st, here at the Hot Shop, we will have a second sale. This is for special one-of-a-kind, one-off items made here by the team. And, you know, if you could snag something really good for a great price, starting as low as $10. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of this reheating chamber, as you can see, there's hollow fire brick within that barrel that can withstand the really high temperatures. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's only used to reheat the glass, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. So the hot shop team that you're watching work today is a team that's always here creating either for different purposes and programs, or visiting artists, or artists that come and need a team to be able to develop their ideas in a streamlined process. They've been all working here in the hot shop for well over 20 years now. So they're able to bring visions to life. It looks effortlessly, but it's always a big job. But I will say effortlessly. Those diamond shears are able to remove the glass in one snip, so they cut in a 360. The tools that we use here in the hot shop are designed for the glass making process specifically. So we'll get a little black stringer, nice and hot, a smaller piece of black glass to be able to draw on the little tiny toes for the intricate details. It's important that that connection point at the end of the rod there, that clear glass, we call that a moil. It's important that the moil stays nice and hot and warm as we work. So that's why he's just concentrating the flame there at the end of the pipe. So our Kids Design Glass program has been one of our very long-standing programs here at Museum of Glass. So Creature League derives from Kids Design Glass. So what you're watching today in the hot shop is one of the creatures we created from the Creature League. And so what we have here is Corn Dog. Can we see the Corn Dog image? On the right side of the slides there, you'll see that we have accomplished a great bit of recreating Corn Dog. His legs have been added. I think Ben is slowly going to draw on his toes now, or his toenails. And then we'll put the tail on and his 2 ears. Our Kids Design Glass program is a long-standing program, and it was created to inspire youth 12 years and under to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. And so every month, one Kids Design Glass artist is chosen. They are called to come back to watch their piece be created here in the hot shop with their family. One piece will be put into our permanent collection, and one piece will go home with the family. So, like I said, Creature League is a different program which derives from Kid Design Glass, and you're watching a Creature League creature be developed here in the hot shop today. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video just to learn a little bit more about the program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
If you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, but you're not able to make it back, you can always get onto our live stream, and that's on our website under the hot shop tab. So Wednesday through Sunday, we are here creating from 10 to 5, and it's always something different. There's visiting artists that come. There are large-scale projects that take place. And today we get to watch this really, really fun creature come to life in the hot shop. It's really important that we get the piece nice and warm after manipulating it at the bench, because we want to make sure that the heat is evenly distributed throughout the body of this piece. If the glass starts to chill a bit much, it'll start to crack, and because it doesn't want to be cold. Can we please see the corn dog image? So we're making corn dog, the one here on the right side of the monitor. So while working, when the glass is super duper orange, it'll indicate that it's very, very malleable. Whenever you get to see it in its true color before it was orange, or before we get it super hot, that's when you know it's more so cooled down to a point of what it'll look like when it's done. But the core of the piece there has a yellow undertone with black. There's yellow at the base with black stripes on the surface. And as you can see, colors hold temperature differently, so you won't be able to see that really bright yellow until it cools all the way back down to room temperature. So as they're working, that is one way. That's one invisible thing that you may not recognize while watching, is that they're reading the color of the glass to understand where they're at, where they need to be, and then how to successfully complete a piece. Coming up pretty soon, we'll have our Breakfast at the Cone. And Breakfast at the Cone is an annual fundraising event that promotes civic engagements among cultural organizations and business leaders who support the future of Tacoma. So if your organization is interested in coming down and having breakfast with us here, be sure to go onto our website to gather more information. I'm sure there still are some tickets available to participate in Breakfast at the Cone. We'll just add a few finishing touches. That hot torch there gets up to about 5,000 degrees, and so it allows it is able to get the glass nice and hot to do really fine touches on it, nice and malleable. Around the 1 o'clock hour, we will go to take a lunch break, and then we'll come back in about 1 hour and we'll do it all again. I think after lunch, we may start working on the other illustration on the, thank you. We'll start to work on the left side photo, the other creature. So now Sarah will get suited up to prepare herself to catch this piece off the pipe. The Kevlar mittens will help protect her skin from physically being burned. They're made out of the same material that bulletproof vests are made out of. They'll protect her skin, but trust and believe that you can still feel the heat radiating through the materials. Give it a little bit of a flash on the back end of the pipe there, and then in a moment we'll add some water, prepare it to be knocked off the pipe, and then we'll put it into an oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. A little bit of water on the glass there. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to rest overnight to prevent any sort of shock. And we will go to lunch, and then we will come back in about 1 hour, and we'll do it all again. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. We'll be back in about 1 hour.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening. And and you're, self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. They're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society Conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. I'm not. Yeah, left side. Do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've wanted to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful condition, you know?
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens here. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself, And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background is that pink?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first one like type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. Everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, a one-time thing. This will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see a really good glass artist manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I see a lot rondelles we made yesterday. It's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. I have a lot of designs on the paper, but working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the reticello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little time.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. Well hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
A
this
little
out?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot bar?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger. Lighter.
Yeah, yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Fitting thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
You want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
plain and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
It's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I would take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, I started, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, really into the process of, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, then that is, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself. And then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter. Like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
I hope you all are having a wonderful Sunday. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. In the hot shop this morning, we worked on a corn dog. If we could see that illustration the image from the Creature League, that would be awesome. So this morning, we worked on a creature from Creature League, which derives from our Kids Design Glass program. And that image is the one on the right side of the screen. A really fun approach to making a creature known as corn dog. So after, we will work on the right or the left side creature, and I will get the proper name of that creature in just a moment. So the process will probably start by making certain parts that need to be created and then attached, but I'll let you know specifically in just a moment. My name is Emily, and I'm the MC for the afternoon. If you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Feel free to shout my name out. So here on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is sculpting out the flower portion, just the top of the dog eating flower creature. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, we have hands-on experiences that you can sign up for, and we'll usually put it onto our website. It may also be on our Facebook page, potentially on the Instagram also. But if you subscribe to our newsletter, you'll be able to get emails about when these hands-on workshops will open up for you to be able to purchase an experience online. Sometimes you might be able to purchase one at the visitor service desk when you arrive, but they do fill up quickly. So on the right side of the hot shop, we are making birds for our hands-on glass making experiences that we offer, which is led by our Hilltop artist, youth artist. And Hilltop artists, they start making glass. They can start making glass as young as 12 years old. So Del Chihuly co-founded a program known as Hilltop Artist. It was initially Jason Lee Middle School. Now it's Hilltop Heritage, located up on 6th Avenue, for the youth to come together from diverse backgrounds and to create the medium of glass, to create in the medium of glass. In about a week or so, we will be having our Breakfast at the Cone. And Breakfast at the Cone is an annual fundraiser that we have here, and it promotes civic engagement among cultural organizations and business leaders who support the future of Tacoma. So if your organization would like to come and attend Breakfast at the Cone, be sure to go online and purchase tickets. I'm pretty sure there may be some more tickets or tables available. And then later in the month, on June 21st, we will have a second sale. The second sale will be for items that are one of a kind, one-off handmade items here in the hot shop. And the starting price point is as low as $10. So if you're interested in acquiring some handmade, one-of-a-kind work that was made here in the hot shop, be sure to check out our second sale on June 21st. So to get into the process of what they're doing here and what the ovens are and how they're functioning, I'll start by starting with the furnace. So everything we do here, it starts in the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace is a large ceramic tank with a silver base, and there have doors on them, so we'll have one to the right and to the left. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that steel pipe, the hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel, and so as we gather, we'll come out with a little ball of glass on the end of a pipe. Thank you. The ovens that we are working in and out of when we rotate from the bench to the oven and then back to the bench, these are what we call glory holes or reheating chambers. Can we see the glory hole slide? So these reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within these barrels can withstand those very high temperatures. All of the glory holes do the same job. There's just multiples so we can work simultaneously while creating. Thank you. So the crushed glass in the bowl there is what we refer to as frit. This adds color to the surface of the clear glass because all the glass within the furnace is clear. So he's rotating that little bit of clear glass into the red crushed glass, which we call frit. That's how he'll get the red part of the flour, the dog eating flour. So the dog eating flower was made in 2005 by the Hot Shop team, and we'll show you the official image of it in a moment later when it's loaded in. So right now we're working on the ear portion. The ear is pink with a black triangle outline. There on the big screen is the dog eating flower that was created in 2005. So we have to make the bits and the pieces. So like the flower, the tiny flower, and then the stem, the green stem. And right now, well, Ben made an air. He was making a little pink air with a black outline. We have to make the pieces, and then we park them in the garage here. The garage is this oven, this big silver oven, and it has a hot side and a cold side, but it's really like a happy medium for glass to rest in this environment. The cooler side will be 800. The hotter side will be 1,000 degrees. Really hot to us. But for glass, it's very chilly. And so it'll just rest there until it's ready to be reworked into the process. So right now we're doing a lot of prep work, bit work. Can we see the frit diagram? And so to get color onto the surface of the glass or into the glass, we rotate the clear glass from the furnace into these bowls of crushed bits of glass. And they'll do it so much that it'll become compact, and it'll start to look like, when it cools down, the image of the frit creature there. So when you see items in the gallery or throughout the museum, in the Grand Hall, or down Art Alley, when you see those little dots, that is created by frit, which is crushed bits of glass. So as you can see, we'll dip into the furnace to gather glass. All the glass inside that furnace is clear. As we rotate that hollow steel pipe, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. She'll let that glass cool down in the open air just for a bit, shape it up, and then potentially blow into the end of that pipe. Can we see the dog eating flowers photo? Oh, not yet. In a minute, we'll be able to see it. We'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out wood that is used to help cool down those outer layers. The sculpture will actually be solid, so we don't have to blow into the glass. So that'll be kind of fun to watch. So she'll continue to gather as much glass that she'll need to be able to begin to shape the body. We have to gather slowly, let the glass relax, set itself up until we have enough. It's like an onion, though, for sure. You got to build the layers to set yourself up with a solid foundation. She'll shape the glass with the papers. The papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaking in water. This will allow her to shape almost as if she's using her bare hand. So we sifted the powder on in an enclosed booth, the powder booth over there, and then we'll go back into the reheating chamber to melt the powder flush to the surface of the glass. We are making a creature, a dog eating flowers creature. It was designed back in 2005, and it was chosen to be remade. And so Creature League is an opportunity for people to get these creatures that were created once before, long time ago, because this was 20 years ago, which is kind of is a challenge because, you know, maybe the last time they ever made it was 20 years ago. So today we are in the process of making dog eating flowers. We've sifted powder in the powder booth onto the top layer of the clear glass that we gathered from the furnace. And we weren't able to see the powder sifting, so maybe I can show you a video of what the powder sifting process looks like, or even rolling it in powder. We didn't roll this mass in powder, we sifted it. But can we see the powder video to learn how this glass became colored?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
We dipped into the furnace to gather some more glass. The way that he's rotating it on this table, he's just slowly stripping some of the extra glass to lessen the veil of clear over the body. It's more of a controlled strip gather. And then when the glass is clear like this, we can recycle it. So she'll throw it into that steel bucket there, and if the glass remains clear and clean, we can put it back into the furnaces to recycle the glass. If it has any color or anything else in it, particles, that's contaminated. So we cannot put it back into the furnace because all the glass in the furnace is clear. He'll go in with those diamond shears, cinch and cinch and cinch. And those diamonds cut in a 360, in a full 360, so in one snip, it can remove his hands from the materials. You know, the glass is about 2,000 degrees, and so what you can't feel is how high those temps are when it touches your hand. That radiant heat, that radiating energy is hot, hot, hot. Those papers are folded up newspaper. That cloth-like material is folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, which will allow him to be able to shape almost as if he's using his bare hand. So we'll go in with those jacks and squeeze into the glass to carve into the glass to help remove it away from the end of the pipe there. That jack line that he carved in indicates the bottom of the pipe, separates the glass just a bit. Can we please see the dog eating flowers? So as we prepare the body portion of the dog eating flowers, you'll be able to see the final result there. This derives from our Kids Design Glass program. The items being made today, it's a part of our Creature League, and so this creature was chosen to be recreated. If you know any youth artists that are 12 and younger, you should encourage them to apply to the Kids Design Glass program. And if their piece is selected, one item will be made for our permanent collection, and then one item will be made of from their illustration, and they'll be able to take it home. So now we'll add a connection point, a transfer rod to the bottom of the initial, or the start of the body portion of the dog eating flowers. We'll let that glass cool down a bit and set itself up, and then we'll add some water to that jack-o'-lantern we carved in. Tap the pipe and remove the glass from the initial pipe we started on. So as we go in and out of those reheating chambers, they rest at about 2,300 degrees, which will allow us to keep the glass nice and hot to be able to manipulate it at the bench. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, we are having some hands-on experiences. And so if you're ever interested in coming and making something here in the hot shop, our hands-on experiences are always available. Well, when they become available online, you can sign up. Can we see the dog eating flowers? And so currently here in the hot shop, we are creating dog eating flowers. We'll be sure to keep the end of that connection point nice and hot. So that's why she's torching the end of the rod, rod there. Where he went in with the hot torch to get the very tip of the glass nice and hot so he can shear into it. Can we please see the dog eating flowers photo? So they're on the big screen. We're currently on the core portion of the dog eating flowers as it's developing here in the hot shop today. The body, working on the head, sculpting that out. We already made the flowers and the stem and the ear. Dog Eating Flowers was created in 2005. So our Creature League allows for a person to choose a creature that they love from the Kids Design Glass program for it to be recreated. Kids Design Glass is a program that is developed to inspire the youth to create just like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. Thank you. So as we continue to open up the mouth and shape the head, the next part will be to add the additional pieces in just a moment. we see the dog eating flower photo? So there on the big screen is this the illustration and the final design of the dog eating flower. We're recreating it today here in the hot shop. We'll flash the bottom of the pipe there before we go back into the reheating chamber to give the entire piece a nice, healthy flash. We have to flash the bottom because that portion will go into the reheating chamber last and it'll come out first. But we don't want that connection point there to get too chilly because that's a very important part as it connects us to the process to be able to continue to manipulate and shape the dog that's eating flowers. So now we'll go over to the powder booth to sift powder onto the surface. So then it'll have the just a different variations and hues, add some depth to the body of the dog eating flowers. Kind of reminds me of a potato, but it's a dog. So as we sift the pulverized glass onto the surface, it'll help change the color. Also, at the end of the month on June 21st, if you're interested in coming to our second sale, items that are very one of a kind and one off are made here at the museum, and you'll have an opportunity to see them and purchase them. The second sale will be June 21st. So later this month, if you're interested, come on down and shop with us to see what type of seconds will come out of the cages. So now we'll put the air on, and so we're going to start adding those parts, those details that help bring the dog eating flowers to life. So in 2005, this Kids Design glass, the dog eating flowers, was chosen. And now, 20 years later, we're remaking it because it's a part of our Creature League. It was an option, it was an offering for Creature League to be redesigned, which is a program that actually stems from Kids Design Glass, which is developed for the youth to be inspired to create like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. So now we're putting on the ears of the dog eating flowers creation. So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber just to make sure that the body of the piece stays nice and hot. The glass needs to remain above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Can we see that glory hole diagram? That glory hole there, it is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And it rests at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very, very high temperatures. Thank you. So as we've added bit by bit to add the legs, the ears, the eyes. Next, we'll put a little bit of finishing touches on the tips of the ears. We just need a little bit more black to complete that encasing of the pink. Then we'll add the flowers. If you're ever interested in what's happening here in the Hot Shop, or you're curious to know what we're making and you can't make it back, you can always get onto our live stream. And the live stream can be found on the programs or the Hot Shop tab of our website. Toggle down to live stream and you'll be able to see what's happening here Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So we're creating the dog eating flowers. Can we see the dog eating flowers photo? And as we work there at the bench, we have to make sure that this piece stays above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And so that means sometimes they'll torch the body. They'll also torch the back of the end of the pipe there so we can keep it nice and hot. Kids Design Glass is one of our long-standing programs here at the museum. And so this derives from youth artists creating and submitting drawings. And every month, once a month, one artist is chosen. The program has been going on for about 20 years or more at this point. This illustration was from 2005, and it's a part of our Creature League program now, where if you're able to, or if you would like, you can request for one of these creatures to be recreated. So here, you're watching it be recreated live in the hot shop. That chamber that we're going in and out of is the reheating chamber. It rests at about 2,300 degrees. That allows for the glass to be reheated properly so we can come back to the bench and add whatever we need to add and then get it back into the reheating chamber. And so this buys us time to keep the glass hot, happy, and workable. So we'll get the flower ready to be placed in the mouth so the dog can eat the flowers. We'll give it a hot torch on the back of the flower there and then slowly place it into the dog's mouth. So now Sarah will get suited up to be prepared to catch the piece when it is taken off the pipe. And then it'll go into an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So we'll give it a torch on the end of the pipe there to make sure that that connection point is super hot. And then that way when we lay water onto the connection, it'll saturate the area and help crack the glass. And then when we tap it, the vibrations will help release the glass. So we'll put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe. Sarah will get under it.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
Woohoo! It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight because those inner layers are nice and hot and those outer layers are chilly. So when they meet, they'll be brought back down to room temperature. So while we take a moment just to reorganize ourselves, as we constantly work here in the hot shop and we take glass from out of the furnace, those levels, the furnace can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. But those levels, as they start to get low, we have to refill our furnaces. And so there's a process known as charging the furnace to be able to refill the furnaces with clear glass. So can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.